with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites community flames. If someone's down or feeling lost, he counts the gain, ignores the cost, shares a story kind and true, words of wisdom shining through. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold. It's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay. Let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on. Stream until the break of dawn, or whenever you sign off. Woo! Woo! The world outside feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds the same old view, wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites community flames. If someone's down or feeling lost, he counts the gain, ignores the
Well, hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Tuning in today to the Rocket Wolf Studios here in far north Queensland. It is our TGI Friday, and it is also TGI Friday in the UK, Europe, and Africa. Rubbish day, garbage day. Still Thursday in the USA and Canada as they work their way into their TGI Friday. Hope everyone is doing well. And good morning to Masked Bandit. Thank you very much for the redeem. And there is a shout out to you where you were playing Vintage Story last. Hope you're doing well. You're so welcome. And we're working to get things fired up today. Slowly but surely, we're getting done as we work our way into the thick of winter. Actually, winter. Winter is the official according to Australia. Not the rest of the world, just Australia. Official first day of winter is June 1st. It'll be June 20th, which is the actual solstice, which the rest of the world goes by. And in the northern hemisphere, of course, that is the summer solstice that starts on June 20th. Oh my goodness, thank you for the subscribe, Masked Bandit. Awesome support as usual. Oh my goodness. Let's do that first.
Pre-subscription received.
Thank you.
Apparently you were doing something right, Captain.
5 months in a row. You are my number one awesome supporter. Let's go up to the spin the wheel screen, hey? You know how that works. Hold on, let me do a refresh first, just so I make sure we got a fresh, a very fresh wheel to go. And with a little bit of the, oh, spin. We are spinning. And it's a hydrate. Thank you very much for that, Bandit. And I just happen to have one ready. Oh my God, which greatly needed. Oh my God, because of the because of being dehydrated so severely over the last week, gut-wrenching dehydration. I've been guzzling down 2 to 3 liters of water a day. Thank you very much for that, because that is super needed. And I will try and stay on top of that. Yeah. It's been a rough recovery period. Oh my God. It's been 1 day short of a week since I got ill. Mysteriously ill. And I'm almost back to 100%, and I reckon a good rest this weekend and I'll be back to 100%, top notch. Thank you very much for that. Can't tell you how much your support means to me. Words just doesn't cover it. Very much appreciated. And where am I at on Discord? Make sure I'm in the right channel there. Mr. Chris, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, and good time zone. Thank you for the redeem, mate. Hope you're doing well and recovering. And redeem applied. Thank you very much for that. So I ran across some excellent. You and I are probably gonna tie. I was just saying just before you got in that probably after this weekend, staying hydrated as much as possible. I've been popping a few of the vitamin C tablets to keep my immune system up. I really like the chewable vitamin C tablets. Those things rock. I don't think you can have enough vitamin C. I don't think you can overdose on it. But I take 2 a day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, just to spread it out. You don't have to do that. I mean, you do just once a day in the morning or something. But it's good for everybody to have their vitamin C levels up to help their immune system be as strong as possible. So I've been, I don't know what their absorption rate is on them. That's why I kind of spread it out a little bit. Hopefully that's helping. And yeah, so some interesting things. Let's pop up to our display again. So I really like this company called Ad Astra Rocket Company. I think Ad Astra is another phrase for into the stars or something like that. I believe that's what it is anyway. Don't hold me to that. But this company, Ad Astra, was actually founded by a former astronaut, astronaut Diaz. I don't remember his first name. But he's been an astronaut for 25 years. He started this company in developing, whoa!
Bits received.
Oh my goodness, another 100 bits. That's another spin of the wheel. Oh my gosh. Bandit, bandit, bandit. Oh my gosh. How do I say it? You know how it works. It's right where we left off. So you just say it and it shall be done. And spin we go. Thank you so much for the support. Yay, bandit. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness. I actually have to start that up. Dun dun dun. 5 free spins. 5 free spins on lurk bait. But oh. Hang on. I actually have to get it started for that to even apply. Have to get that going. I'll monitor my CPU temperature real close just to make sure. There it is. And the temporary chat box. That thing's been going for about a month. I don't know what's going on. I don't use it, but there it is. I've taken up to about 600 milligrams vitamin C a day before it gives me Oh, what kind of side effects do you get, Chris? That's interesting. Let me get your 5 free ones there for you, Bandit. And off they go. Mr. Sakatira, how are you doing? I don't know, Secretary. I've been taking 1,000 milligrams a day. Oh, yeah, making you go pee a lot. Okay, so right, I guess that's a use case or, you know, case specific. Oh my god! A legendary zero, whatever a zero is, but it's worth 679 gold. Awesome, Bandit. Oh, the diarrhea thing. Okay, right. I reckon how the vitamin C affects you is based on what your normal metabolism and normal diet is like. So I imagine there are probably some side effects if your system's already a bit out of kilter or out of balance or something like that. But I think, Secretary, the normal recommendation is you should be able to take 1,000 milligrams a day. Obviously, if your fiber intake is balanced, your gut bacteria is balanced, and that kind of thing, should be okay with that. That's right, and depends on how much vitamin C you're already getting from your natural foods, you know, your citrus foods, and other food intake, so... But I think vitamin C is far more forgiving in your body than a lot of other vitamins are, so it can fluctuate pretty big without serious side effects. But like I'm saying, there's a lot of other factors, you know, about your diet that can do that. One of which is a lot of people do not get plenty of fiber intake in your body, which is on the road to prevention of diarrhea. There you go, 1,000 a day, yep. But see, it takes a good doctor too, Bandit, so depending on who we go to visit, doctors that we go to visit, they might not take the time to figure out, well, do you have good fiber intake? Do you have good potassium and magnesium intakes? You know, all of which play a part. You know, how well balanced is your diet intake, you know. So, let's get back to the something that I was started talking about that I thought was very interesting. This astronaut that started his own company in developing the next, oh, there it is, Franklin Diaz. In developing the next generation of rocket engines. Of course, we've got different types, such as our liquid-fueled rocket engines, which the Apollo Saturn V engines were. Then we had solid rocket fuel added as boosters to the space shuttle, which also used liquid fuel. And then we had the Falcon Heavies by SpaceX, which are using primarily solid fuel. But the astronaut Diaz here started a company, I'm not sure how long ago. He's been an astronaut for 25 years, but I'm not sure how old his company Ad Astra is, Ad Astra Rocket Company. But he's developing ion propulsion engines. And interestingly enough, as you read the explanation of how this is, I'm just going to skim over the details. But basically what's happening is ion plasma is being produced from a fuel source, generally argon, which is compressed and heated to strip out the ions into a form of plasma, ionic plasma, and then using magnets to focus and an electrical charge along with that. So it's electromagnets that trigger a reaction that cause the ions to be released in huge amounts, and that creates propulsion. That's the layman's summary of that. And it's a propulsion type that will reduce travel to Mars, for instance, from 9 months to about 6 weeks based on speed. That's right. It's a particle accelerator, and it's a big burst of it, and it's a steady flow of it too. So this is not based on pulsating engine, which rocket engine, which other companies have been working on, which is a pulsed ionic engine. This is a steady propulsion engine. But the part that I found interesting about this, because it's only been within the last, I'd say within the last decade, 5 to 10 years, within the last decade, this has been heavily researched and developed by astronaut Diaz. And it's really funny because the way the whole mechanism works is all based on the electromagnetic field that's generated and is the trigger for creating the ionic propulsion. Is call it coincidence? I don't know. Coincidence or maybe on purpose. I don't know. You can kind of make your own determination, but that's kind of almost exactly what a hoaxster, which you may or may not heard of in the past, Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar claimed to have reverse engineered over at site S4 Papoose Lake, which is the connected to the Area 51, but Site S4 Papoose Lake has been extremely classified, far more than Area 51. But he claims to have reverse engineered an alien craft, and one of the aspects of his widely acclaimed as a hoax, because so much lie and so much conspiracy and so much falsehood with the whole Bob Lazar story. His description of 3 engines inside this alien aircraft, which were gravitational wave engines that supposedly were fueled by the mysterious element 115, which that was 40 plus years ago, I guess, when this was all going on. That was before the current element 115 on the periodic table existed. We're all the way up to like 119 or 120 or something like that, but it's not referring to what is today's current 115. 115 didn't exist and is some sort of mysterious fuel source. But that aside, he was describing having reverse engineered these gravitational wave engines. Well, what is gravitational wave? It's not creating gravity, but it's all based on magnetics. And his full description about that was that these gravitational wave engines, or magnets, supermagnets, reacted with a planet's gravity field and could bounce off or surf the magnetic waves, because the planets planets have gravity for the most part. So what it really means is working on the magnetic waves that surround the planet due to its gravitational forces, and just kind of surfs those magnetic waves. So that would mean an electromagnetic or a supermagnetic engine that works repelling or attracting to those waves in order to move around. Now, coincidentally, words rocket, now that's the kind of thing that scientists around the world, not just astronaut Diaz, are working on for today's or newest rocket engine propulsion, using super electromagnetics in order to focus, fix, or trigger the engine's operation. Not based on the surroundings that the rocket is in, the surrounding environment, but just inside the engine. So, you know, is that coincidence, or is that being developed because the idea was sparked, or based on some sort of possibly fact? You know, I thought that was kind of interesting. But you can also take a look at a little bit of reverse engineering a UFO done by the National Geographic magazine on YouTube. But you can just look up reverse engineering a UFO and put in the National Geographic. This is only a 3.5 minute spotlight that National Geographic, Net Geo, did, explaining how that works. And funny enough, they explain the exact same thing. You know, that Mr. Astronaut Diaz has been working on. And of course, this was much longer ago. I don't remember when this spotlight was created, but it's at least a good decade ago. There's also this video over on Daily Motion, Alien Aircraft Reverse Engineered at Area 51, Bob Lazar story, full documentary. This is a pretty cool one to watch, even though the video that was put together here, including this one, which was actually the plasma, or not the plasma, but the trail of a rocket being launched. They're incorrectly referencing or showing you something that we already know to be factually true of something else, which is the contrail of a rocket being launched. And they're causing you to think that, oh, this is the result of some sort of UFO or something like that, when it's not. But the audio of that is more important than the visual misrepresentations of the story. So that was kind of interesting. But anyway, yeah, let's enough about that. I just thought that was fun, interesting, coinky-dink, and yeah, you know, fun to roll around in the back of your mind if it's real or not, you know. I'm going to go ahead and shut this off, guys. Sorry, Lurkbait just doesn't run well while I'm running Foundry and taking up too many resources, and my poor CPO screams at me, Rocket, stop doing that. So I'll shut it off. But anyway, let's get on over to what we intend to do today, which is actually playing a game. And Bandit, I'm going to continue to keep redeeming your hydration. Because, man, I'll tell you what, I have been sucking down water like a fish. Almost feel like I've been breathing water today. Or not even just today, but last few days. After I was able to get it to stay down. Because, wow. Yeah. Pretty sad when you drink a teaspoon or two of water and you hack it back up, 30 minutes later in gut-wrenching convulsions. Water. Who'd have thought? But yeah, so glad to be able to keep it down now. Your doctor checks your levels every 6 months and adjusts my vitamin intake. Oh, well, that's a good doctor. A doctor that cares enough to actually check and monitor. You got a good, assuming that's your GP. That's a good GP. Unfortunately, over here where I'm at, every single time I get an appointment with my GP, it's a new GP. Because the GPs are roaming GPs and they're all rotating around to fill the extreme shortage of GPs in our medical system here. It's horrible. Horrible. Yeah, I agree 100%, Secretary. Preventative. You know, it's funny you mentioned that too, because my parents, when they were alive, subscribed to a magazine called Prevention, and it was more like it's more like a TV guide, but it, you know, a booklet called Prevention magazine, whatever it was, and that always had, you know, great stuff in there to read about preventing, you know, Mother Nature from attacking you, and it's all based on basic good health, not with any particular focus on fads or anything like that, but just good regular, you know, health, such as exercise, what kinds and how much, because everything in moderation, you know, you go in moderation, I reckon you're going to be spot on. Nothing in an extreme. You don't have to go to extremes with anything. But, oh, during the summer when fruits are more accessible, yeah. Most things probably anyone with common sense would know, but yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's right. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff that, you know, is common knowledge, but doesn't cross our minds, doesn't cross our daily lives, doesn't, you know, come into our daily lives, and we don't think about, and those things that we don't do, see, or think about can get missed. And it's kind of just a reminder, oh yeah, we forgot about that thing. So right, okay, hey, these things are finally empty. Woohoo! Didn't realize that before. Dun dun dun. Oh, but that does not apply to me. That's those other people who don't take a care. Yeah, well. Yeah, you know, with my one working Brian cell that's overtasked and overloaded, things like that little prevention magazine and no, I actually don't subscribe to it or buy it. My parents did, like I was saying, but it's that kind of publication that I probably should have and should pay attention to as a reminder to myself, because, you know, if my head wasn't screwed on, I'd forget to take it with me, type thing. All right, so we've got plenty of input now for all of our supplies. You know, we haven't taken a look at how well we've scanned out our map, but I think our map is scanned out pretty well. As a matter of fact, I think it's probably done. We've scanned out a long way. Let's see what the status is. It's actually still scanning. And it won't tell you what percentage of completion. But if I were to say, based on these numbers, since it does go out 100 chunks, and it's floating the negative 89 to 87 and 80, I reckon it's probably got another 12 chunks outward before it's done. Oh, there's a delete and a ban right off the bat. Right off the bat. I don't know if anybody else has noticed as a streamer, but there's a new, when you report spammers, scammers, bots and whatnot, when you go in to report them, there's a new added. So the category is spam, scams, bots, or tampering. In this case, we just saw momentarily somebody suggested that you can get cheap viewership from this, that, or the other. When you go into that category, now you can click on viewership tampering and select next, and then paste in their message. In this case, it was cheap views on steambo.com, cheap viewers, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, and report them. So all the reporting we've been doing, Twitch has actually been paying attention to those, and and because there's so much of it, they've created a new category that you can click into to submit your report to, and they are knocking them out pretty quickly. I mean, I don't see probably more than, on average, it looked like about 1 or 2 a day, but when I looked at the full week, it was only about 5 to 7 a week. But at least Twitch is on top of that, and it helps to report them. There are a lot of people that all they do really is just they just auto ban, and that's it. Forget about it. So Twitch relies on the rest of us that just do that go the extra step and report and provide those messages, the time it was, everything like that. All right, Glass was just catching up a little bit because I inadvertently let the gravel run out because the mineral rock ran out. So we fixed that. We moved the miners. It's because the mineral rock is out of reach of the miners. But anyway. Make sure I don't delete anything in the distance. There we go. Oop. You got sick of reporting? You reckon it's based on the amount of viewers? Well, the reporting is important. I mean, I only get like, it depends on how active the account is or how long it takes Twitch to get onto things. I've had as much as, you know, a week or two where 0 has happened, but then a whole new group with a whole new IP address start repeating the process, and you have to report them again. But it's only a click, and you're done. I mean, it only takes me like 8 seconds to report somebody, if that. More 6 months ago. Yeah. If I were the guy that was running the bots, the spam, because they're spam bots, if I was the guy running the bots, I probably wouldn't target the small streamers just because of common sense. You don't reach a wide enough market with small streamers, and your market is much wider if you spam a stream that's got 500 or 600 viewers in it or more, you know. Even if it's just a split second that the message shows up in chat from the spam bot, that reaches 600 instantly, you know. And the link is there, and there's a higher likelihood of click-through on that. People clicking stuff. The unsuspecting people or the not so smart people, you know. If you're hitting, you know, a streamer with, let's say it's 50 or less, it's not worth your time in risking getting caught throwing a spam bot into a streamer with 50 or less people because you're not reaching a wide enough market. To me, I wouldn't do that. That would be a waste of my time and energy and a high risk of getting caught and identified and getting shut down based on spamming a small streamer. Even worse, somebody with 10 or less viewers. But that's just me. I just, you know, I think about time and effort put into something and the risk involved. Okay, we got all 5 going. That's what we wanted. So, right, we're researching the inventory size increase. All right, so one of the things we wanted to do was a little bit of an experiment with the orbital laser. And we've got, where's that one right there, deep ignium. So what we're wanting to do, this is what damage the normal tier 1 level 1 orbital laser does. And it'll go pretty deep. And if I'm not mistaken, we made it down to the caves? Almost. I didn't make it to the caves on this one, but I think just the tier 1 laser will actually blast all the way down to the caves through the normal rock formations. So what we're going to do, nope, not that one, is we need to upgrade the laser for one thing. Laser, orbital. Boom. Upgrade 1. It's going to take 8 minutes. But what we wanted to do is test that against the first use around a deep core, which I believe we did on this ignium, which actually had a lava tube. And believe it or not, the orbital laser would not blast through the lava tube or the lava, whatever, what do they call it in here? The lava terrain? That black stuff right there. Was it this one? It might have been over on the Xeno. I don't see any. Oh yeah, here it is. No, it wasn't that. It was over on the Xeno. Deep core Xeno. But it wouldn't blast through that rock for some reason. And it kind of prevented me from reaching or getting to the side of the deep core vein with the miner port on it, because it had the laser angle was going through on the surface some of that black rock, that stuff right there, and it just wouldn't do it. So I'm wondering just upgrading the laser power to see if that means that it'll blast through a new, you know, the harder typed rock, or whether it's just a wider blast radius of the laser. Because the reason I'm doing that is, but the average viewer don't see the ones we have been banning lately. It's a mod level locked chat, i.e. likely ban evader restricted. Only mods and podcasters see them at all, so Twitch is doing their fair share. You know, I've got that auto mod, you know, for likely ban evaders, but I'm pretty sure everybody in chat saw that untimely problem for blah 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 post. Maybe somebody in chat can confirm that they saw that message before I deleted it and banned the user. It may or may not have showed up in chat, I don't know. As a normal user, I actually did not see it show up in chat. Thing is sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But you know, it may be Fire, in the same vein as that thought you have there. It may be that somebody else had already reported it and it had already been flagged, and the automod automatically disallowed it to show up in chat, and only you and I saw it because of that tag likely ban evader. Because I some of them are marked as likely ban evader, but still get through to the chat. And that might be based on how quickly Twitch gets onto it. Okay, here's what I was talking about. So, on the surface, there was this, what is this called? Lava. Oh, this is not even lava tube stuff. This is just... Okay, I haven't seen that before. It's some sort of random surface material. Which might be part of the actual ore vein itself. That is the ore vein? Alright, so... strange formation, or, you know, that is kind of mushroomed out like that, but I reckon that's what it is. That's the ore vein. So, yeah, that's what it is. So it's kind of mushroomed out in a shelf thing. So the laser could not actually blast through it and get to that. So I reckon just upgrading the laser is not going to change that. But what we do want to do, and what we do have to be careful of, is as I get around to the different ports, just want to make sure they're accessible by the, there we go, by the orbital laser. Go. So the angle for that one was pretty good. Spoilers, I would never tap a vein this way. Elevator down to the 3 different levels of drill points. An explosive or remove the terrain. Cleaner looking. Yeah, well, you know, everybody's personal preferences. I'm only doing this in prelude to unlocking fracking, because we're just putting miners on it to drill to the core, and they'll all stop when they get to the core anyway, until we unlock the fracking and get fracking. At that point, operations change anyway, where we will start doing more of the normal elevator operations. I pretty much don't care what the terrain looks like, because it gets covered up with foundation up top anyway. So it really doesn't matter what the terrain looks like. Nobody will see it. So I was just experimenting here anyway. That's the normal, because I'm nowhere near at the point where I need to utilize every single point, every single drill point on these ore veins yet. Did I make I didn't, but we will. Oop. Wow. Touchy, touchy. Where'd you go? Oh, you know what? Eh. It really would help if I put it in the right place, because I was one level too tall. Oh, duplicator mod? Is that what it's called? Duplicator mod? Yeah, that's what I just explained, Fire. Mining these without fracking fluid, so they'll mine them to the core, and by the time I need to worry about mining the core indefinitely, I'll have actually researched the fracking fluid to do that. But pretty sure I just explained that about 5 or 6 minutes ago. I never realized that there was a capacity limit. Just gonna put these two down here because I'm not gonna put them in operation just yet. This is all about the orbital laser thingy, but I figured just as long as I was there, I'd go ahead and put it down there. Well, now I don't want to. Now I just want to double check something. Well, Fire, as you know, we've been playing Foundry for quite a while, and even on the previous patch, we all learned what the miners' capabilities were, what they need to get to the core to mine indefinitely and stuff like that. This new patch is actually no different than the previous patch as far as the deep core miners go. Although that tip may be useful to new viewers, so it's still quite valuable. But for me, you and I know we've done that for quite a while. There you go. So already valuable. Yeah, so Chris, what I was explaining before is these drills that we're putting in, these deep mine drills, they go to the core of the deep ore vein, and then they'll stop because they're just doing what we call the normal core drilling operations. And in order to get them to continue to mine the ore at the deep core vein, they have to have fracking fluid added to them, and the miners won't move anymore. They'll stay at the face of the core, but they'll mine indefinitely with the fracking fluid. Otherwise, it's just a standard machine that will mine the ore up to a point. So what I want to test in relation to belt speed is first, let's go up here. No, hang on. First, let's disconnect that one. That one. All right. No connection. And I'll go ahead and take all of that off. We'll take all of that off. And that's 10,000 in there. I don't think I can hold 10,000. Can I? There's stacks of 200. Probably because of all of these and all of those. Well, I'm only going to be able to hold 2,000 with a row of 10. That's 8, 9, 10. Let's do this. Let's do this. We want a big boy. Right there. And we'll do 2 of those. Oh, 3 minutes ads. All right, we're going to do a bio break, a stretch, and all that good stuff. And I'm just going to do some piddly stuff on break, and we'll be right back. Input. And output. Oops, hang on. Yep, output, output. Then we'll do boom, boom. Yeah, I guess it's the same no matter which way you go. Oh. They actually won't empty unless you change the operation. That's interesting. That's interesting. Thanks for hanging in there, everybody. Oops. All right, that's empty. And we're just doing this because we're experimenting with something. All right, so we're temporarily holding the contents of the platform. And now we are going to take all that out of there. And then we're going to hook these belts back up. And we're going to see if that belt will stay. Except for a gap of 1. Well, I'll have to beg to differ. That's a whole lot more than 160 a minute. That belt is 640 a minute. That is literally 640 a minute with a gap of 1 ore. 1001, 1002, and about every 2 seconds. No, I cleared the buffer. There's no buffer in there. I cleared it. And I can continue to clear it. Gap of 1, gap of 1, gap of 1, gap of 1. So that's only slightly less than 640 a minute. So that statement of 100 and these miners restricted to 160 a minute output is incorrect, because it's keeping a tier 3 belt full minus 1 gap between the 2 miners. So that's actually 320, not 160. And the only reason there's a gap is only because of timing from side loading. I didn't actually put a true splitter on there. So a 640 belt split by 2 miners, that's 320 a minute, not 160. So maybe there's some info on... No, there's not any info on the output of the miner. But there you go. Now, if we did that properly, with a splitter... Oh, hang on a second. Mining speed is 160 a minute. So how come it's keeping a 300 or 640 a minute belt full? Hang on a second. All right, elevator's clear, belts are clear, inventory's clear. Go and go. I'm still only seeing a single gap every 2 or 3 seconds on a 640 a minute belt. That's interesting. It's interesting that the miner says 160 a minute. So that's 320 a minute. Let's go check something on the vast shipping platform. First of all, let's put all of those in. All right, let's do a little bit of timing here. Let me use my stopwatch, 30 seconds. Actually, oh, wrong button. Let's just get our clock, timer, timer, that's clock. One minute. Go. All right. Oh. All right, so 30, we'll call that 3600. So we'll say that was close to 3600. We'll see if 3600 plus 320 a minute. 36 and 320 is 3920. There's 3920. All right, that was 1 minute right there. All right, 4,000 is where we started at. 4,000 is a pretty round number. So here's our timer up here. Here's our quantity in here. We'll see how many a minute we're actually getting in there. So 2 miners outputting 160 a minute should give us 320 a minute into this inventory. Because it looks like it's almost saturated the belt except for 1 tick every 2 or 3 seconds. And then I'll just double check on the elevator speed. I'm pretty sure the elevator speed is 640. All right, so that wasn't even 320. What's our, elevator 2? 1.5 is the speed. Oh, sorry, that's not even it. 640 a minute for the yellow elevators. Yeah. So that was pretty close to 320 a minute. Yeah. Oh, now. Oh, I wonder if something changed. Now the belt's not saturated. So not so much a buffer because we emptied the inventory. There must have been some sort of buffer internally that we could not see because of inventory, because we started at 0 and it saturated the belt. But now it's operating at 320 a minute. Yeah, and I think there was still, yeah. Yeah, there was still a difference there. All right, this doesn't count because it's not pulling any out. All right. Yeah, that's really weird. So, inventory's empty. Inventory's empty. The machine's shut down. Oh, yeah, you know why? Because that's why the belt was saturated. Because the carts still have something in them. The carts haven't actually brought them. Yeah. That won't matter either because as soon as they turn on, they're going to continue. Yeah, so all that did is empty the carts. That's the internal buffer. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. For whatever reason, that belt was saturated with only a 1-tick separation. Now it's operating like it's supposed to. Okay. Well, it was a good experiment to do. But it wouldn't matter. We're not trying to... A lot of players try and saturate their belts. As soon as they put a belt down, they try and figure out how to saturate it. We're not actually doing that. Not yet. We're not far enough along into the game to be doing that or considering that. Is that actually inputting? Yep, that's inputting. But there's nothing on the belt. Can't see the belt. Oops. It should input regardless. from either place. I thought it would input from both at the same time. Yeah, you know what? In, I reckon early game, Chris, your red belts and yellow belts probably should be saturated. This is not, these are not moving. Ah. Oh yeah, they are. Are they? Hey, this is interesting. All right, the elevator stopped inputting from down below. That belt should have taken over. Can we not add to this? Should be able to add to it from anywhere. Yeah. Whether it's via elevator, it's not going through the elevator, that's why. That's why. All right, let's do this. Since the elevator's empty. Just to get it transferred over. Just to get it transferred over. Because right now it's just storage. The shipping platform is just storage. There we go. And since it's only one belt, it's only going to go at belt speed. But this is interesting to note as well. It's splitting the two output ports. There's 4 available, but it's splitting the resources between 2 output ports. So the container does actually look at more than one port, even though there's one, it could use one belt saturated. It's actually using 2 unsaturated belts to output the single belt input. All right, that's going to be a few minutes, so we'll let that go. This is going to go up to 10,000. And it'll stop at 10,000 until it needs, until somewhere needs more ignium. Yeah, Chris, we're just getting. I know you just got up to yellow, and of course you do. As far as the factories go, the factory modules. Yeah, you definitely want to keep belts saturated on the input lines. This is where it's really important, you know, at the beginning of your Adam and Eves, your technum and your ferrite, xenoferrite. Definitely want to keep belts saturated. Generally speaking, you want to keep your bus line saturated. So every time you add factories, yeah, upgrade is needed. Exactly. Exactly. See, the outputs on these are not saturated yet. And I mean, a lot of players can focus. I mean, it's all personal preference. Far too often, people that play factory games, they start getting in competition with other people to be the fastest, to speed run it, to get the most, you know, that kind of thing. I recommend just play the game the way that it's most fun to you. That's it. So you might see a lot of chat about, oh, you need to be doing this, or you're that belt's not saturated, or you're not doing that fast enough. Don't worry about it. Just play a game that's most fun to you. It's your money, you spend it on the game, you play you. So what I started doing here, so we're producing a foundation at 480 a minute, machinery parts at 240 a minute. Don't worry about what belt they're on. Electronic components at 80 a minute, red belts, advanced machinery parts at 160, and so on. Plates and rods. Did I do that number? Yeah, right here, demand. So my plates in the parentheses is how much we're producing. 360 a minute based on 30 a minute output from the smelters. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 times 30. It's 360 a minute at full capacity. I know there's not enough hours in the day, right? So I'm producing 360 a minute, and that's what I put in parentheses here. The first number here is how much is being demanded from the bus, according to how many assemblers I have connected and pulling product off the bus. And at this point right here, we've exceeded the 424 or 360 a minute. So if all assemblers were in operation, this belt would be blank, empty. And again right here, if they were all operating, that's up to 454 a minute. That one's up to 490 a minute. That's 535 a minute demand. 575. So far plates are almost double what I'm producing. The demand is almost double what I'm producing. So 720 of course would be another what, 150 a minute, 145. But as you can see, what makes the difference is how many factories go into idle mode. And all that's going to change as we start satisfying more Screeny bot contracts. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I disconnected the energy cell. And forgot to bring them back off of this platform here. Right, all right, so that's why we emptied this line as a reminder, because I didn't write any notes on it. So what we'll need to do... back up, right there. Yep. And there we go. Sorry about that, factory dude. And of course, we really don't need any more on the end of the line. Not yet, anyway. We might. Yeah, we'll just leave it there. There we go. Now they're happy. All the belts are happy. Yep. Not a real huge demand for concrete for green science. It only keeps one, maybe two of those plants going. Oh, gosh. All right, I just got a reminder. I gotta take about 90 seconds to go do something real quick. If you'll just bear with me. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Yeah, so Peanut School is actually starting to provide a little hint of support for him. And on Fridays, just after lunch, as it is now, 12:30-ish, they always send a report about how Peanut did for the week. And I have to confirm receipt of that information and add comments and whatnot. Chris, I was going to ask you, because... Or maybe I'm thinking wrong. Was it you or Diesel that also has an ASD child? One of Peanut's characteristics of ASD, autism spectrum disorder, which I kind of enjoy. Yeah, yours is ADHD? Oh, okay. One particular characteristic that Peanut displays that is indicative of an ASD child is when we're watching TV, you know, a movie or a TV show or something like that, and he sees a character that he likes, he gets connected to, you know, a superhero or a villain or whatnot, he jumps up right away, and right in front of the TV there, he is mimicking every move of his transformer, robot, superhero, whatnot, and he literally mirrors that character. And how he does that in real time so accurately is uncanny. It's really interesting to see how, you know, he does the walking, the punching, the running, you know, everything like that, and he is in sync with that character. It's uncanny. And I'm not talking about movies that he's already seen. He does those like, but he can't resist it. Even movies we've got that he watches over and over, or even new movies, he can't resist it. If he gets tuned into a character, he's acting that character out immediately and accurately. All right, Bandit, have a good rest and wake well rested. Thank you very much for your support. Oh my God, huge support. Enjoy the rest of your night and next day and weekend if I don't see you before Monday. Thank you very much. You too. Yeah, Peanut's got some interesting characteristics. He remembers directions to somewhere. Like, you know, I've been raising him since he was 10 months old. And we'd go for, you know, anywhere we went, you know, to doctors, shopping, down to the coast, wherever we go. You know, ever since he was about 2 or 3 years old, he would tell me where to turn. He just knew it. We did it one time and he knew it. It was embedded, it was lasered into his brain how to get from point A to point B. Okay, that's all good. All right, ground cleanup. So, yeah, it's uncanny how he does that. It's, you know, it's close to what I would call eidetic memory. But he doesn't have eidetic memory. He's got everyone's phone number, license plate, and credit card memorized. If he's that, yep, that's that's close to what I call eidetic memory. But usually there's other things, not just those little bits of information. But it's pretty cool. That's crazy though how they can do that, you know? All right, let's go put all this red up in the bada bink. Oh, let's go put all the, oh shoot, that's way over there, doggone it. I should have emptied that before I left. Anyway, that's enough fuel to get there and back. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't know how old your son is, Chris, but I wonder if he recognizes faces like that, commits it to memory, and, you know, text, you know, like books and stuff like that that he's read. Oops. Uh-oh. Why is that not replenishing? Oh, we cut a line. Boy, we did cut a line. How did we cut that line? We cut a line of plates coming in here. Did we have it? Oh yeah, we were pulling from the ground, that's why. Yeah, plates aren't coming in on the ground anymore. All right. Oh, okay. He's almost the same age, or he's a little bit older than Peanut. Peanut's gonna be 14 this November. Okay, so, rocket fuel. It's not imperative that this stays right here, but liquid fuel. Is low density olamite, which comes from the tank. All right. We can reroute that and how do we want to do that? We can get creative with this. Kind of like in where Chris, I think you were talking about, was it Chris or J-Sol that was saying that you ran all of the fluid pipes in a bus, or maybe it was somebody else, they were running all the fuel pipes in a bus system. So generally speaking, I did something like that previously, and I had all my fluid tanks underground. Yeah. And then just bring the pipes up in a bus style distribution. So right now we're only using the olemite fluid for the fuel. I think I want to organize it or centralize it a lot better so I can utilize a bus system of pipes as well from storage tanks, buffer tanks. So right now as it stands, we're bringing the low density olemite, so the water goes up to be something else. So we've got the low density olemite and a polymer fluid. Oh, that's for the polymer boards. So we've only taken the low density olemite one time to make the fuel. And the polymer boards are just getting this fluid right here. So we've only got one each. Those will go way over there. Now, because we are tapping off the bus line on the west side, I could run a fluid bus on the east side, well, except for there are those few that are adding back to the bus line. They could get into the way, and that would be bad. That doesn't mean we can't run a fluid bus line directly underneath. Wink. And then just anywhere it needs to go into a factory, just poke it straight up as one of the products going into the factory. Kind of like we did here. But how would you tap off of that? So you stacked the pipes vertically, right? You didn't lay them out side by side because you tapped off of them with a T, correct? Might try that idea. So instead of side-by-side pipes, do a stack like that. And then you just ran a T off of wherever you need to tap it and poked it up. Yeah? Wonder which would be easier, flat or vertical? Because if you had to tap off of it, you'd have to run a T downward first, go over and back up. I guess it really wouldn't matter. It's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another, huh? I might like the vertical version better. Water came a long way, I think. Underground. You go up and across and leave one space between the side-by-side ones. Oh, for belts. Yep. What about your pipes? Oh, you leave the space for belts. Oh. Up and across and leave one space between the side-by-side ones. I see what you're saying. So you actually do side by side, leaving one space between them. Oops. Or a row of belts, like that. Oh, okay, Chris, no worries. Yeah, I think I'm kind of liking the stacked idea, Chris, even though Mr. Dooms is an interesting 3D representation of the piping and belts. So you stack up and down, and so we're Mr. Doom, we're talking about a bus system for the liquids, and there's only what, three or four liquids that 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, not counting the paint. No, wait, there's actually one more. The fracking fluid, toluxite. Speaking of which, where are we at? 98%. So, and then of course there's also going to be the slag processing, which is pipes as well. One of these along the way is going to unlock It's not going to be these decorations, that's for sure. Let's get our to-do list out of the way just momentarily. And our timer. Oops. That wasn't it. Fracking liquid, yeah, so we've got actually 5 liquids plus slag. So 6. Yep. All right. I also lack a specific area Yeah, so basically the liquids that we probably would bus out are going to be based on these bad boys right here. Distillation columns and the products that they produce. So we're really going to kind of need a distillation processing facility and of course utilizing storage tanks like I do here. I had them underground in the previous save. I just kind of started that way here. But I think we probably might want those. They really don't require anything except the olamite input. Everything's made from olamite. I could probably put a platform out here for processing, depending on, hang on a second. Hang on a second, little notification. That's all right. Okay. All right, well. That's just about the stream bot, which is fine. We got ads starting shortly. Yeah, so probably a platform kind of slightly outside this boundary right here, because run the pipes into a bus pipeline and then into the chemistry processing where they're needed, I guess. Oopa. Hey, Chris. So much easier to chat in voice, isn't it? I'll bet you there was an echo in the stream there for the longest time. I forgot to turn off the desktop audio. But I think the, yay! We need to get this freight elevator upgraded. And then the two big ones, 500 each. Not so much the... Not so much the belt speeds yet, but we're getting there. Oh, no worries, Chris. That's right. The stream's got into BRB zone anyway, so I think maybe I'll put the stream in BRB because everybody's seeing commercials anyway. There's Chris. It's sync.
I'm on now.
Yep,
yeah, I didn't realize my headphones weren't connected, so I had to reconnect them with Bluetooth and then try again.
No worries. That actually cued me up to the fact that I had my desktop audio because I heard a little bit of an echo. and switch that back off because nobody in chat said, "Hey, Rocket, your stream's got an echo."
I wasn't hearing anything.
Oh, you weren't?
No.
Oh.
It sounded good.
All right, that's interesting. I had my desktop audio on, which I normally only turn on for the wheel spin. Huh. Maybe OBS has corrected itself. God, I hate working with OBS. They're all in
I figure it's easier to come in and show you what I'm talking about with the piping than try and explain it.
Oh, always easier. Always easier. Even if you didn't show it or you were just chatting in Discord, that's way better than text chat. But yeah, you know what? That's how a lot of people learn anyway, is hands-on visual learning. Excuse me. Come on. I'm gonna grab some more water and I'll be right back while you're
Yep, you're good.
getting yourself settled. All right, I'm back, and it looks like the stream is back. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for the support. All right. There's Chris. There he is.
I know it's not where anything really pertains
Nope,
to
that's
what I'm
all right.
doing, but
That's
at
all
least
right.
just visualization of it.
Yep, yep. That's what I was thinking. So you just teed off of whichever row of fluid you needed.
Yep.
And then piped
So
it
like
to
I was
whichever
doing an in and
factory.
out, that's what I do.
Yeah.
Just drop my out wherever it is, then bring the other thing back up in, and then you can take it either way.
Right.
And I mean, if you had nothing before, you could just delete that section and put a 90 rather than a T there.
Yep.
And it
that
worked out really well.
Yeah, it should be pretty non-restrictive as far as running any additional pipes or, you know, fluids. Because like I say, there's five basic fluids once you get to
I left
fracking
the
fluid.
bottom two open so I could walk through.
Oh, the bottom two rows empty? Yep, so it's
Yep.
elevated slightly.
Yep. Just
Yep.
don't block yourself. You don't have to fly or jump over it every time.
Like
And the
we
reason
did
I went
with
underneath
the
is because
belt.
conveyors you can walk right over, but pipes you
Yeah.
can't. So
That's
they're kind
right.
of a pain.
Yeah,
So that's why I took everything under.
it's a good idea. But you know what? That same concept, you could put that directly below the platform as well, right?
You could, yeah. It's just, at least up here, you can see what you've got and if what's in the different pipes, and it's easy to snag it and drop it down and run it across where you need it at. You don't have to go search for it underneath.
That's true as well.
Biggest dilemma is just having a straight run down, but I guess you could 90 it over if you had to, too.
That's right.
If you had to jog it around something, you could.
Yeah. Yeah, and at least that would be less restrictive, you know, than crisscrossing pipes all over the place by far.
Yep.
Yeah, that's I was thinking because it is a pipe network, I was thinking that after the pipe bus is created, you know, of course, all of this construction is just hanging in the air, you know, the floating thing that everybody hates. Building up the infrastructure and then enclosing in with all the decorative blocks and stuff like that, kind of like Kaz did, but you know, with my own particular perspective on it. And I was thinking with the pipes, you know, having a hallway with all the pipes inside, with all the colors facing you as you walked down the corridor, you know, the windows on those pipes, and then of course labels, you know, to make it look all official, like it was some sort of fluid factory corridor. I was thinking kind of like that, but then I don't know. A lot of ideas come to me, and what's good one day is not the next.
Yeah. And the only issue I've really run into is if you get over the 300 pipes or whatever it is, I just build up a 2-wide platform, basically in line where the pipes go down. Yep. Come up, build the platform up, put your pump, jog over, hit that, and then jog back out.
Yep, a simple pump station.
Yep.
It's a pretty good idea. Now, do you have like a separate facility for your fluids away from?
No, everything I have is in just one line. So I've just got, like you've got on your setup, and then I put fluids in there too.
Oh, okay.
It's all together. That way I can pull off for, like, say, your polymer stuff. I can just drop right off the bus, bring out what I need to, liquids or conveyor stuff.
Right.
But it would just be another section just like you got for all yours.
Yeah, what I have on the ground here is kind of, it was just to satisfy a need at the time. But I'm thinking a platform for a distillation facility, because, you know, we end up with way more than just 3 distilleries. We end up with the flare stacks. We end up with the fluid storage tanks as that buffer.
The only thing about doing a separate platform is you're going to have to take your conveyors over there too, for the conveyor type of stuff. So you got some that take both fluids and solids, like your jet fuel. You got to have steel plates and liquid fuel or whatever it was.
Oh, wait, that's right. Well, that's the secondary process. So the first process is the distillers taking the olemite and converting it into the different fluids. And then having storage
like
tanks.
Fuel, you got to have plates and liquid fuel, so you got to have both the conveyor and the pipes going to them. So that's why I just kept it all together. It didn't matter what I was pulling from.
But that's not actually, that's out of an assembler though, isn't it? Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, that's out of an assembler.
But it didn't matter if I was using a distillation tower or an assembler or whatever it is. It's just another line.
Right. Okay. And low density olemite is processed in a different kind of, I can't remember what that's called. The chemical processor.
Looks like it's a distillation column.
Well, the low density, comes out of a distillation tower, but then goes directly into a processor to convert to fuel. Liquid fuel.
Okay.
So it's kind of a step. So distillation tower, step down into chemical processors, step down into a fluid assembler. You know, depending on what the recipe is.
Yep.
Plus, our olemite. Actually, we've got some pretty close. Wait a minute. There's an olemite right under the base? What? Why did I never see that before?
Well, your base has grown a little bit. It wasn't under the base at one time.
Yeah, but... Oh, you know why? It's not showing on the ground because it's not on at the surface. Oh,
Yeah, you're 102 down.
that's why. Oh my god.
Or down to 102, I should say.
Well, that will help eliminate all that strung out pipe way over to the other one. All right. Well, that's underneath these ship platforms too, which is not ideal, but we do have all this room underneath the platform.
Yeah, you can tunnel in somewhere else. That's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
So you're
All
down
right.
about 20 blocks below water level.
Yep. So I think probably what might be cool, and God, I would never use the orbital laser to get there because that would destroy a lot of crap above. Maybe the fluid processing can be the one thing that is just right here on the ground and piped up to a pipe bus right above, or right below, or right above, I don't know. It can come right through the floor and be in a... Except I can't run it right next to the belt bus. That's the big thing. Where would I put that? In this instance, the way I've got this crowded up with the new bus line, I think the fluid under platform bus line would be a better solution, and then just tee off and poke them up in the factories that need them. Like what you showed, you know, but just below the platform instead of above it. Because I've crowded myself out of having enough versatility because of all the elevators on the west side and a few
You could run them
elevators on
over
the
here,
east
but
side.
you'd have some length coming back in.
Over here, hang on, let me find you.
I'll be to your right. Underneath the shipping platforms. To the east. You got a clear spot right here.
Yep. Yep. Because they don't necessarily have to come from the same direction as the belt bus line.
No.
Yeah, this is good. Good eye.
As long as you don't plan on extending any further out, that's the big thing. It just depends on how long your lines are going to get.
Oh, well, yes, that's a consideration because these factories are just that's why there's only 1, 2, or 3 assemblers per line right now. That's just the beginning, and the idea was to expand them out toward the east because everything on the west was taken up by our exquisite elevator makeup on the west side.
Or you come out to the west side further.
Yeah, that's
Just a
what
lot
I
of
was...
piping to get across.
That's what I was thinking, the amount of piping that it would mean. However, still again, either side would be completely feasible if it was just under the under the platform.
Yeah. Make your bus line directly below the other
Yep.
bus line.
Yep. Yep. And you know, because the thing is, since we have jetpacks anyway, we can easily just, it's a flyby. You fly by, you can see what's on the belt, and you just pop down a little bit and see what's on the fluid. Yeah, I like that idea. That's what we need to do. So, since that olamite is right there on the ground, it just makes sense to make the, put the distilleries right on the ground and start the bus line from the distillation facility. All right, so let me take a look at recipes real quick. So I know for a fact that the olamite, the crude olamite, will make the low density. It will make the liquid polymer. And actually, that's the only two right now that take the crude olamite directly. And then the low density in the chemical processor makes the fuel, the olemic acid, and paint. And then, of course, the fracking fluid is the fifth one that's added. I wish I could see what is needed for the fracking fluid. All right, let's see if we can figure that out. If I just highlight, there's our fracking fluid. All right, fracking fluid is air, olemite gas, and water. Okay. So I believe the olemite gas comes directly from crude olemite. Okay, so that's the three ingredients directly from crude olemite. 2 liquids and a gas. And all done in a distillation column. 1, 2, 3. And then the next 3 are chemical processors, including, if I'm not mistaken, yep, fracking fluid made in a chemical processor. Okay. So 3 distillation towers, and then the next are chemical processing. 4. Okay, yay. Air intake is going to be needed for that fracking fluid as well, so might as well get that out of the way. Now, glad we started talking about the fluids, because I do need to go over to this first olemite reservoir and find out the visual cues. Okay, so that hasn't changed in the new version. So unlike all the other ore veins, the olemite does not deplete by removing blocks to show you how much is left. The only way to know how much is left is to use the V menu, which says 17 million units of crude olemite is left in this reservoir. Yep, there we go. So it actually changes as it's being used. Actually, that's almost 18 million. So far, we have not gone through much of it, and that's different than the previous version. We used to go through these olemite veins and nothing flat, and we were always hunting for them, and they were scarce. And this has only got 1 pump on it. Okay, so we'll leave that one connected, but for the time being. And I think probably what's easiest, instead of trying to feed a belt of plates into the rocket fuel, is to just hand feed some iron plates into them. It's actually quite easy to do. Yeah, let's replenish a little bit here. And then I can construct the distillation facility. Actually, where's my personal elevator? I'll probably use that first to get down to our 102 meters. Maybe even make some blasting. Let's see, what shape is this going to be in? Put that there, do a quick scan. Perfectly round like an orb. which means we'll be able to tap directly onto it. Right there. All right. And we'll just, what it'll do is see if it'll take 101. 102, I think, was the, actually, I think that was the middle of the deposit. Let's do 105. Nope. Too deep. There we go. All right, 112 is it. That should put us right on top without having to clear away any terrain. Other than the fact our doors are going to be blocked. But we're not going to worry about that. We're just getting a hole built, or a hole dug. Yay. Please keep your arms, drills, and legs inside the windows and doors. Okay, now, bear with me just a second, and boom, there we go. Look at that, right on top of Olamite. Oh, wonderful. All right, so all we need is big enough for a pump jack, and power. So I wonder if I have a pump jack in the old container. I'm going to check it real quick before I craft one unnecessarily. And we have smelter, biomass, boiler, burner, distillation. No, I don't see one here. The other container? Another biomass burner. Okay, we don't. Craft one. Jack. Yep. Yep. Okay. Let's see how big this bad boy fits in here. Be really cool if it fits right on the center. Oh yeah, orientation. And out. And out. I guess the out will face. Alright, this is not going to have a particular center to it, so I guess that's good right there. Now, power. Yep, this has got a cable connection, so we don't have to have floor per se. Panel, there it is. Well, that's the out. Didn't it have a panel? There it is. Okay. So cable connection along this wall right here. And yeah, cable's not too far. Are we out of wall connectors? Looks like. Unless I'm just blind. Not, we're out of wall connectors. All right, we'll make a few of those. While we're doing that, I need to empty a bunch of this inventory, and we'll start with bringing a large power pole. In this direction.
Okay, I'm gonna log back out. I think I put 5 pipes stacked underneath the platform just so you can see where the line is with the bus. So just
excellent.
kind of a marker, but you can remove them if needed.
Excellent. I see where you're at. Yep, over by the water. Beautiful.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Yep. Thank you very much for that. That was really helpful.
Yep, not a problem.
Visual cues.
Yeah, it's hard to explain through chat what you're thinking.
No, indeed, I agree. Okay, so now that we've got some wall, let's do this. Let's put one there for sure. And I think these are spaced by 14. Yep, 14. And then boom. Oh, I'll take some of that. But what I need is the power cable box. Which I think I left up here. I had a power cable box. Maybe I used it up already. There we go. Now that should leave us enough room. Put a pipe up alongside. Yep. Oh, hang on. Yep, so we'll have ourselves a little platform here. And just remove any and all vegetation or rocks that might seem to get in our way. That should do fine. All right. Oh, those are biomass burners. All right, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Wow, only had one distillation column. We're gonna need 4. We're gonna need 3. So until it becomes an issue where volume requires more. that gets rid of some of the junk. Just need to go drop off all these energy cells. This is a demand, so I'm not going to be able to add to this. Nope. And this is going into two different places. So we'll just do a temporary. I think we'll keep that one. That's better. Forgot where I was going. Okay. Oh yeah, R clockwise and Shift R will be counterclockwise. That's correct. But I rarely use Shift R because it's only three more taps to get it the direction you want. Isn't that crazy? But there you go. Because you know what? It only shows you R. So, for instance, and it's the same thing for T and H. Shift just reverses. Oh, actually, H it doesn't. H has only got one direction. I don't know why they didn't add that to H. Maybe they did that to screw with us. I don't know. All right, in, left and front. Oops, dang it, I hate that. In is left and panel side front and left, and out is the other two directions. All right, so panel side on this side. wonder how many of these we should string along. Wonder. You know, Chris, it's those little things that you don't expect makes a difference. But there's absolutely no clue in the game that I could see that would tell anybody, oh, by the way, if you hold shift, you can perform the opposite reaction. Sorry, the opposite action. Alright, this one is still not a viable in for anything, and this is now the gas out. That's the olamite out. Yeah, so what we'll do... How big are flare stacks? 3x3? Yep, 3x3. Flare stacks? No. Ugh. Okay, that's those three. I know I don't need one for each of these. Oh, there it is. Oh, Kiwi Rob! Thanks very much, mate. I forgot I had my cam off, too. Oh, thank you very much for that redeem. How are you doing today, Rob? How much steam things do I need for a radio tower? How long did it take you to find the big ore spots? All you need is construction material. Well, take it back. Once you break into needing those, or needing that technology, you will need a pad of these transport ships. So you'll need a transport ship pad for the transport ships to land on. Does not have to be powered for any of them to work, okay? You will need the construction ship port. And of course, you'll have to craft 8 construction drones to occupy their seat, 4 on each side. And then you will have to have a sufficient amount of construction material, this stuff. And of course, the construction warehouse. Yep. Because it's a huge power drain. It's huge. 10 megawatts. It's a beast. It's a beast. Oh, steam as in power. Okay. Oh, steam turbines. So a steam turbine is 3.6 megawatts each. And your tower's 10, so you need 3. 3.6. 10.2. I'm sorry, 10.8. Steam things. I was trying to... I couldn't figure out what steam things was, so I kind of just read past it. But I figured it out. Steam turbines. So you know that boilers and steam turbines are paired, right? Can't have a steam turbine without a boiler. 10 turbines? Yep. So that's 36 megawatts right off the bat, right there. Okay. The tower takes 10 of that all by itself. Yeah, it's a beast. But, you know what? That's 10 is a good round number to start with. And that's exactly what I started with. And I'm still running on those 10. Is there steam coming out of each one of them? Or are some visually not operating? So as you can see, each one of these, 3.6 megawatts. They won't output 3.6 right off the bat. They're only going to output what's being demanded on the power grid. So, if you don't have 36 megawatts being demanded, then each of the machines will reduce their output just to match what the demand is, and that's it. So it's not going to overwork and overuse the steam coming from the boilers. So if you've got 10, you will have 36 megawatts available. Is this the number you're talking about, not making it up to 3.6 megawatts? This number would be a solid 3.6 megawatts on every steam turbine if you had 3.6 or 36 megawatts of demand on the network. But if you don't have a solid 36 megawatts demand on the network, that's fine. Then the machine's going to work efficiently, meaning it will only output what's being needed on the grid. It'll only output to the grid whatever the grid needs, and it won't overwork itself at a max output of 3.6 all the time. So there's efficiency there. When the demand is low, the output is low. When the demand goes high, the output goes high to meet that demand. So don't be worried. Don't be worried if they're not all running. You know, if your demand is low, like say you only have, if you didn't have the radio tower, and you only had like 5 megawatts on the network, these 10 machines would give you 5 megawatts divided by the 10 machines. So half a megawatt each, it would be 0.5. This would show up as 0.5 megawatts right here. times 10 would be 5 megawatts. Nice. Ooh, underground power plant. That's interesting. So you pulled the water in and just piped it right down underground to a facility? That's pretty sweet. Oh, Ed, sorry about that. We'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Didn't realize we had gone into a ad break. But welcome back and thanks for supporting the stream. And those two are really big. do that one next. And also... Oh, we got way more Fermilite than we should be storing. Let's get that vault. Upgraded. All right. Pop a few more in here. Just so we've got plenty. Actually, we'll do that. Alright, so that gives us the beginning of this new assembly. So now what we want, we've got gas, we've got oil, dolomite oil. Yeah, I love how they put the inputs and the outputs on the same level. Yeah, fun. So we can do this a number of ways. Actually, we're gonna do it only one way. Up. Because up is where we're going. Oh, look at that. Chris aligned us perfectly. Ah. Perfectly. Probably need to put water on the bus line as well. That's as good a spot as any. Stop at. Alright, where did we put steel pipe? Is over here by steel, I betcha. Nice to press the right. Oh my god, rocket. Thank you. That takes care of that. Now, one more itty bitty platform. Oh, yeah, that's all right. We did the waste gas. We're good. It's good. All good, my friend. Ah. Do I not have some of those? Please? Not a one, wouldn't you know? Okay, that's the 3 primaries. Of course, those can be doubled up and extended, so what we'll do thinking about expansion in the future. Our output side, I reckon, should be from there. And then it's just a matter of lining up. So let's do this. Freaking gut is starting to ache again. I don't know what is going on. Whoa, hang on. Finish, finish. Oopa. Did I cut that? No, I didn't cut that. Did that wrong. I did that wrong. Cool. Yeah, as long as you don't go above your 7.2 megawatts, you should be fine. Pretty. Actually, since this is a bus line, what this probably needs to be is a T instead. Like that. There we go. Perfect. Okay, we're happy with that. Now, since this line polymer is being used right there, keeps those in operation. Oh, you know what? That's coming from a, it's coming from a fluid tank. I wonder if I can tie those back in. How many meters did you say it was, Chris? 20 or 30 meters vertical? Ah, 300 sections of pipe. Collated or accumulated, like if you have a network. Those are almost identical. 555. So 555. Okay, so it's kind of feels like total pipe network combined volume and pressure. Right. And then obviously once a machine is attached, that reduces the volume and pressure at that point. Okay. So we've got 5,500. I don't know how many. How do we tell how many pipe segments? There's no information in this silly open pipe network info. Left mouse button. Here we go. Got it. Complexity. So we're 100 away from our max complexity. Just happens to encompass pipeline junctions and tanks. So %, of which one? The capacity or the amount? Yeah, so we're 100 away from our maximum complexity. That's what I was saying. 99. 99 technically, but you know. We don't get any information about our 1%. Of throughput, volume. So of 36,000, 1% of 36,000. And this is 1% of network content, network details, inputs 1%, outputs 1%. Inputs, so 1% of capacity, which is actually less than 1%, but I'm sure it's round numbers. Now, that's a pretty educated guess. I'll go with that. So 1% of capacity, 1% of max throughput. Okay, they don't compete. All right. Cool. Yeah, so it's in whole numbers. So 150. 1% of 36,000 would be 360. So that's about half. So 0.5 doesn't, there's no decimals. This is all whole numbers. Okay. Excellent. The beginnings of our pipe bus. Thanks to Chris. Nicely done. All right, so that takes care of that one there. And then this one here needs the or the yellow. The P pipe. The P pipe. Which we're already connected to the yellow. Oh, what was the other one? We're not connected to it. Oh, that was just water. That's just water. Okay, so both of those are connected. The only other thing was the fuel, which required... Right. Pink. Now, again, this is going to be... This is going to be on site. Well, this is one of these things. This is just as needed for the moment. This is where we need to go to the wiki. Okay, so bear with me a second. The reason being is what was it called? Liquid fuel? Not liquid fuel. Oh, for crying out loud. Liquid fuel. Is used in Damn, sorry about that. I thought I was muted, my bad. I was muted the whole time, didn't even realize it. All right, so what do you reckon, chat? If we convert the ignium ore rubble, 10 megajoules per rubble, it's 40 megajoules to make 20 ignium powder, which will be 1 ignium rod. So 40 megajoules to make the rod. The rod gives us 400 megajoules. That's 10 times the efficiency. Reckon we should make these to feed our steam turbines and anything else actually that requires fuel. Hang on a second, I just noticed something's not happening. Something's not happening. Let's get this taken care of first. Nope. Nope. Something's not happening. Nope, not that one. Transport bots are fine. Heavy robots are fine. Maintenance drones fine. Those are fine. That's fine. Alright, what happened? 150, about 150 to 155. Oh, external storage fees. I thought I completed that. Oh, external storage. I was thinking Fermilite. 1 of 9. 500 of 9K. 1 of 9K. 1 of 9K. 7 of 22. .4 of 5, 15 of 18, 15 of 18. Ah, 22 of 18. It's the ignium ore. You reckon just go full on solar, huh? Yeah, but steam is so cool looking. And you never know, I might turn nighttime back on. Well, this right now, we're overstocked. That's the problem. We just got charged 8,500. We just got charged 8,600, 8,500 Fermilite bars. All of this is because of ignium storage is over the top. Know what I could do is this is the problem right here. Storage is overloaded. Well, yeah, there is that, but there's also There's also that one I was meaning to do anyway. I wanted to get up to the part where you do the indefinite. It's just, I feel kind of wishy-washy about eliminating steam power because you need that at night. Well, actually, no, you don't need that at night, do you? You just need a crap ton of batteries. Right? To handle the nighttime. Actually, you need an over amount of batteries to handle the nighttime because you don't know which factories are going to kick on or kick off. And there's all that calculation, you know, megajoules per hour usage. It's, if I remember correctly, because I had a huge let me check something. I'm just going to check something. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. You're kind of, oops, wait a minute. How did that happen? There we go. Oh, crap. It's incompatible. I can't even load it. Yep. It's just too much of it's incompatible. Yeah, indeed. Why'd I even load this? This is not in, I did it as a single player. Well, anyway, yeah, but see, you're under 10 megawatts. So just adding that as you see, you need them, but see, this is what I'm saying. You don't know how many you actually need because it's all dependent on exactly how many assemblers and machines are active at any one time determines how many megajoules are required to be running. You could be at night, you could be on battery power and everything's looking fine, and then you have 3 or 4 factory modules turn on all at once to satisfy a need, and then bam, you're underpowered or no power. And then it turns into something you have to babysit. I mean, I see the correlation. You still have to watch how many boiler steamer combos or pairs you got to do as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's about monitoring grid status. So you have to be vigilant, watching your grid status at night as well as during the day, or when you know a lot of machines have turned on and started producing, and or when they go idle at rest. But when you start getting into the mega factory size, power, because I'm thinking about, okay, number one, you have to have the solar panels set up. Those are 4x4s, right? Are those 4x4s or 5x5s? I think they're 4x4s. So you have to have the, you have to have the real estate for the battery, or for the solar panels themselves. Then you have to have the real estate for the batteries, because you're not going to be using small batteries. You're eventually going to be using the large solar panels, and large batteries are all you're going to have to worry about. So these are 5x5s. What's the large battery? I think I got one. Oh, I put it away. 3x5. And then here's the problem. The solar panels are 650 kilowatts, but the battery only holds, well, the large one holds 1,000 megajoules, or yeah, 1,000 megajoules. Let's try something. Let's try this. One second. So, 1,000 megajoules, which is the capacity of a large battery, powering a 1 megawatt device in your factory will last 1 second. So my factory is 36 megawatts. You wouldn't even see it, would just shut off, but you know, obviously, just to get 10 seconds, I would need 10 batteries for a 1 megawatt machine. That's just for 10 seconds. So I would need 60 batteries to run a 1 megawatt machine for 1 minute. Well, that's what I was initially getting at with the ignium ore, which is only 10 megajoules per ore chunk. Getting 10 times the power efficiency out of the ignium ore using the ignium fuel rods, going from 40 megajoules to 400 megajoules means you slow down the rapidity of using ignium ore, which means you're not consuming it as much. It slows down by tenfold. So you consume it 10 times less. That's a huge improvement. Which I was trying to compare in my mind the efficiency of doing that versus solar and battery. It's just you need so many batteries. How many batteries have you got on your system? You said you're below 10 megawatts.
That's right. Underground mining will allow us to acquire large amounts of ore very quickly. I really enjoy visiting the deep, dark depths of the mine shafts. How about you, BB?
I wish there was a way to measure the difference between the reduction in ignium ore usage and increasing battery usage. I have a feeling what it would take to produce that many batteries to support, hang on, 68. Oops, I did need one row of those. Oh, shoot. Sorry guys, I know nobody can hear me. We just went into an ad. We didn't get much of an increase, did we? Did it only go up by 1,000? Was that 19 before? Or 18 or 17? I think that was 17. It went up by 3,000. Oh my gosh. And Xeno. Let's see how much it goes up by this time. Because it sure didn't say how much it goes up by. Thanks for sticking through, guys. I was just taking a look at, I couldn't remember how much we increased our storage by. It says 20,000. I can't remember if it was 17 or 18 before. So it's a 10 minutes. It's 12% done. Let's do a timer to remind us to take a look. It should be, it'll be 3% away from finishing. Well, at least we're getting a lot of things figured out. What are we gonna do with all this fermilite bar? That's done. We can shut these off. No, let's not shut that one off. Let's shut these off. Oh, hang on. You know what? We got one more. Liquid polymer. Aren't we making liquid polymer? Yeah. Wait, what? We got two making liquid polymer? Oh, this one didn't have... Right. What's that? What's that? Timer. We're gonna watch to see how much that goes up. 2K. That's it? Is that consistent? I hope it's not 2K every single time indefinitely. That's bonkers. That's next to nothing. But anyway, next. Blast furnace, not yet. We do need that. And then we'll get to our fracking tower. And then the big ones, 500 each. Okay. Now, since Chris put that little operation up for us, or guided us through that operation, we've got these 3 full tanks. Now we can pipe back into the system. Don't know exactly how to give them priority other than break a pipe. So if each got 25,000 liters plus, God, I hate that. Can't hardly fly in. There we go. 25,000 liters each. Right. So if I pipe them over to the input, to an input of these tanks, I suppose I could shut down the distillers. Temporarily. Until those 25,000 liters are used up, but I can't forget. All right, I'll tell you what, I'll make a note of it. So other than the jet fuel, oh, I hate that. Just touch the ground or something. All right. First one is polymer. Second one is pink. Where's polymer? Polymer's first one, pink is the second one. Of course. Crisscross. That was peanut. I wonder how this is going to affect the complexity. That's going to be fun. Oh, well, there we go. It's red. That answers that question. All right, then. Exceeded. This pipe segment is too large. Break it apart in smaller segments by using pumps. Throughput capacity was exceeded by 7 of the past. Okay. All right. 23%. All right, so what we want to do is we're going to... Let's see what happens if we just turn it off. Nope, that didn't help. So turning it off doesn't help. So basically what we want to do is temporarily break the circuit. And that didn't help either. Wow. All right, timer. Storage. It went up 2K. That's all it is, 2K at a time. Unfreaking believable. 2K at a time. All right, complexity, so that didn't help on that side. So what we need to do is disconnect. Well, that's let's do this. That's the output side. Still red. Oh, still red. Wow. I know this is not going to matter. Oh, 2 pipes. 2 pipes did it. Wow. Which means if I add that back in, yep. Wow, how about that? Well, that should go away because we're at 300 of 300. We're dead even at capacity. So the complexity is the important part. And the warning did go away, so. So we'll let that tank empty. And we'll let the pink tank empty. I thought these only held 25,000 liters. Oh my gosh. So it's not just how much fluid's in the tank, it's fluid plus pipes. Total pipe network. How cool is that? That didn't used to do that before. Because, see, total pipe network. 25,150 is the capacity. Actually, I thought these were 25,000 liters flat. Yeah, capacity, 25,000 liters. See that? Oh, you know what? There's 150 liters in that pipe right there. Well, that's interesting. That didn't used to be a thing. So that can tell us now. Now it can tell us, like with this, with the low density olemite, we know the tank is 25,000 liters. So there's, what, 25, 34,150 liters in the pipe connected to it. How about that business? Which that doesn't show up here. This includes pipe and tank. So it doesn't break it down to what's in the tank and what's in the pipe. So there's 39,150 in the pipe. Let's see if it's different when we look at the pipe. No. Tank, pipe, all combined. Oh, hang on. No, 2 tanks. So that's 50,000. There's 14,150 in the pipes. See, that's the thing. It just doesn't break it down into how many tanks that includes. You learn something new every day. Anyway, so we've resolved that little issue. As soon as those 2 tanks down there are depleted, we'll connect that back up and disconnect the 2 feeds. Oh. And we are at the end of the stream. Well, Chris, I just want to say you have been instrumental with your awesome ideas and visualizing all that. If you start deleting pipe, it shoves liquid gas until it runs out of room before you lose product. Oh, how does... So it pushes the fluid if there's room in the network, right? Right, okay. Well, unfortunately, I can't do that because the tank I'm trying to empty is at the end of the line. I'd have to delete the tank to push the fluid along. Oh, oh, right, to pump it along, right. Well, I thought about the pump, which is why I decided against it, because the tank's not being replenished. It's just a tank sitting there, and disconnecting the supply line from the other source until the tank is empty. Well, I shouldn't need the pump as long as I stay below 300. You know, if I stay below my complexity. Oh, you're saying I could leave it connected, just use the pump? No, because I went past my complexity. I shouldn't need the pump yet, because the tank will just get emptied as the fluid's being used. Which is going to be a slow process because it's not being used that fast. Does it reset the complexity? So if I connect those two lines up and add a pump in the line... Oh, I gotcha. So it separates one side from the other. Gotcha. All right, that's the next thing we're going to do. That's the next thing we're going to do. But I am going to spend the weekend probably recovering, continuing to recover, try to get back up to 100%. You know, I could turn the cam on because I keep leaving it off for some reason. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do next session, is just add the pump in, connect up the two lines, and then forget about it until that one tank is empty. So let's head over to hang on. Yeah, this one right here, while I take a look for who we're gonna raid. And anybody can suggest who to raid. If you got somebody you'd like to raid, you just let me know. There's a redeem in there for leading the raid, all that good stuff. Here's the raiding tools for everybody. Of course, the Tomb Raider pickaxe is for non-subscribers, and these icons are for subscribers. And oh gosh, thanks to Kiwi Rob and Mass Bandit and Chris for the redeems. Another thanks to Mass Bandit for 100 bits that got her a spin of the wheel. And thanks to Mass Bandit again, who resubbed with her Prime 5 months in a row. Big kudos to Mass Bandit. Make sure you check her stream out. She's got some pretty good streams. Games and crafting and all that good stuff. So who shall we raid? So some of the games that are on tap for raiding are Captain of Industry, RuneScape, more Captain of Industry, Fortress Craft Evolved, some more Foundry, some Farm Sim, Some space engineers. Some Tainted Grail. These are all people in our community. 2 doing Tainted Grail. Let me know in chat if anybody's got a preference. And we'll do that before we do a random pick. Wonder what Order 13 is about. I know Captain of Industries had, oh my God, they've had a dozen patches since they released their last update, what, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, something like that? Crazy amount. Crazy amount. Any suggestions at all from anybody? If you've got a favorite streamer or you've got a game that you want us to raid in on, just type it into chat. Or lead the raid with the redeem. Oh, and oh, that was the day before yesterday. Never mind. Yeah, so I don't know. There could be a bonus stream this weekend. I'm thinking if I'm feeling a lot better tomorrow or day after. I'm thinking that could happen. All right. Anyway, let's get our raid going because everybody knows YOLO. YOLO's awesome. He likes to do that thing. He oh my gosh, does so many streams. Anyway, thanks everybody. Oh, there goes our bins. Thanks everybody. Appreciate you hanging in there with me. Thank you all for the support. Thanks to Chris for huge helps in the game, playing along, and his wicked smart big brain. And hope everybody has a great weekend. And stand by as we get our raid going extremely shortly here. That's it for me. We'll be heading out now, and the raid will be starting shortly. Oh no, an error. Oh no, that's all right. See you next time. Be safe. Take care. Cheers.